Yes, okay. That's working now. Fontaine. Fontaine, Fontaine, Fontaine. Is it time to go to Fontaine? I'm so excited, dude. I'm just working on bringing things up. The frick is this ad garbage that's all of a sudden been added? Freaking mid-roll ads now? What? Freaking, I looked at the stream manager and it's just nothing but like ad. Like, what the freaking, what? How many ads does freaking Twitch need to run? Oh, okay. There we go. I guess. Like, it suddenly just, like, immediately changed and now is listing it as only every 30 minutes. But just moments ago, it was listing, like, an ad every minute. I'm going, what the frick? Like, what? Must have just been like a visual bug or something, because it's not listing that anymore. So. I don't need. I have so many freaking things here that I don't need. And I'm sure those are causing some amount of lag, whether I like it or not. Actually, I need many of those, actually. Can I do a... Okay, yeah. I can just do a window capture for Genshin. Good, good. Do, 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 do. Good, good. Just have to make sure my little GIF thing is up. Whoops. Well, alright. I guess we're transitioning over because I clicked the button to, like, open the transition and it just pop switched over to the thing. That's fine. It's not that big of a deal, really. Do da 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 ba 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 ba. Fontaine is here. I mean, whenever Genshin actually loads, Fontaine will be here. Anyway. I'm hoping that tomorrow I will have... I bought like a Bluetooth thing, and like I'm told that won't allow me to connect to like a wireless network, but that's what my laptop has, is a Bluetooth, and that's how it connects to the wireless network. So I was like, what? I was very confused. I was like, yeah, I bought a Bluetooth thing so that I can have wireless on my second PC. And I was immediately like, the immediate reaction was like, Bluetooth? That won't let you connect to the network. I'm like, what? My previous PC had a Bluetooth. That was how I connected to the wireless. My laptop has Bluetooth. That's how it connects to the wireless. I'm so confused. I suspect that it will work. I think it's just that it's not what most people would assume would work. So I think that's all it is. Alright. We are here. I still have not completed Interlude Chapter 2 or Interlude Chapter Act 2 and Interlude Chapter Act 3, but that's fine. That's not that big of a deal, right? I don't need to do those immediately, right? Oh, Liney apparently now has a freaking thing. Like, whatever. I honestly don't care. I feel so bad, because, like, look at all of this. These are just... I don't care about any of these characters. At all. So I just haven't done them. It's like, and that's the same here, is I don't care. You know, I don't care about Goro, or Yunjin, or Kuki, or Shikanoin, or Faruzan, or Layla, or Kava, Kava, I don't know, Kaya, like, why does Kaya get, like, really, Kaya? Why, out of all the characters, why does Kaya have, like, most, and here's the other thing, too, almost every single one of these hangout events, in fact, I think every single one of these hangout events, except for maybe Ningguang here, so again, I think almost every single one of these is like a character who either doesn't even show up in like the story itself, or they get like 2 minutes of screen time. Like Beto, like she barely shows up at all in the main story. Freaking Ningguang shows up for like the one chapter, and that's it. And also, like all of these have been characters who haven't gotten their own like side story, you know, like, whoops, it's right here. Like the story quests, like every character that's in the hangout events, they haven't had story quests. Like, just give them story quests. It's not that hard. You know? It's not that hard. Like, just just turn this into this. It's not that hard. But, like, that's also why I just don't care about most of them, you know? Like Barbara, sure, I care about Barbara, but that's just because she was my main healer for so long. Oh, it's freaking this. So, Lynette. I got Lynette. So, before we get too far into starting anything, I did come over here. I went from here across and up to here. I've done no quests. I've done no story. Nothing. I actually started over here because I thought that this path here was where we were going. You know, to get into here. And what? Why not just add this section? Like, am I the only one that is really confused by the way that they're, like, adding content to this game? Like, okay, like, first off, down here, you know, we've got Port Ormos. But, like, it's just, it's this. You know? Like, doop, 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 doop. So, like, why is this entire section unavailable? But then, like, this isn't as big of a deal to me. But then this. Like, what is this? Why not just this? Why not just cut it here? Why this? Why not just cut it right here? Or, like, is there something that they're, like, planning here that, like, oh, we can't just have this tiny section. Hello, Charmander. Subscribe to Tier 1. Like, again, some of this I get. I mean, you know, this is whatever, right? I don't care that heavily. But, like, why this? My biggest complaint, and this has been in the game since release, is this. Why? Like, you can get up here and see the land in between. Like, why does it's teeny, like, this little tiny spot here? Why? Like, am I the only one that's annoyed? Like, I get right here, you know, it's all along the edge. You know, along the edge, along the edge, along the edge. That's fine. I don't mind along the edge. But, like, why? Why this teeny tiny? Like, it didn't bother me that, like, it did. But it didn't bother me that much on release because this area wasn't available either. But they've added this. And it's just this little teeny tiny space. Like, why is this a thing? You know? The little teeny tiny spaces. They're just like, oh, we're just going to block that off. And why? You know, like, this makes sense. Go along the edge, go along the edge, go along the edge, go along the edge. Do. Makes sense, right? But then, why can't they just cut it right here? Like, is there some major thing that's right there that they can't just give us that teeny tiny little space? You know? Like, it's not a big voice crack. Like, it's not like it's a big space even. Just freaking, just take the line and go boop. Also, fun little fact: there's a hilly trail up here, like in this spot here where my mouse is, and he's just sitting there hanging out. But like, here's another one. Like, why this little corner? Like, just make it a straight line, you know? Inaudible gamer rage. Is there something wrong with, like, the mic or something? Or... I'm a little confused. Because I feel like I should be understandable. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this tiny space? Although I do like that they've added some underground stuff. Oh, because I was doing the gym, because I was being like, yeah, I see what I get what you're saying now. I got it. But like at least cut it off here. Like, why? Why this spot? Why right here? You know? Again, I feel like just straight line. Just whoop. That would be fine. Like, there's nothing. It's not like there's anything here. But no, instead of just a line right here, or heck, even a line like over here or something, it's just a little like, ooh, we got this little circular spot there that we just can't let anybody go to. Why? Like, am I the only one that finds some of this, like, ridiculous? And there's only, like, 6 spots in the whole map that are like that. You know? There's some mind-blowing shit there. I would not be surprised if when some of these tiny spaces get released, it's like, oh, actually... But yeah, it's just like, what the frick. But yeah, so I thought that Fontaine was gonna come off of this area right here. So I actually stood here, like I logged off right here yesterday. Just so that I could like see Fontaine as soon as it was like available. And then it was way up here, and I was like, I'm sad. But also standing right here, like, you could see this way just fine. So, but it was just like, I'm standing here. Actually, I was standing, like, right here. Like, specifically. Like, here, just right here on the edge here. And so I was, like, on the border, basically. I was just like, alright, as soon as I load in, the first thing I'll see is Fontaine, because it'll be open. And I was like, nope, it's way up here. They added this giant, like, cave over here, though. Like, it's massive cave right here. So, it's really cool, though. That said, I assumed that if I went to Fontaine, I would start the storyline. And as it turns out, the storyline starts here at Caravan Rebat. So, I've been purposefully avoiding Caravan Rebat. Or I should say, I have been since I decided I was going to stream this. So, is my sandwich thawed yet? I kind of want to eat this sandwich before I get too involved in the stream. But I wasn't sure if it was thawed yet. It's technically only been like 45 minutes. And you're supposed to let it thaw for an hour after you pull it out of the freezer. Oh yeah. It's actually almost a little bit better because the jelly is still cold. Is it peanut butter and jelly sandwich? It's the yes, it's the Uncrustable. Like, I hate peanut butter and jelly sandwiches because there's too much bread and not enough peanut butter and not enough jelly. But these, like, first off, they put peanut butter on both sides, it looks like. But then they, like, fill the middle with jelly, so there's, like, way more jelly than you would get just, like, spreading it. Yeah, they put a metric fuck ton of both. They really do. But also, like, the bread is a little thinner than regular, bread, I think. I don't know if it's that the bread is thinner or if there's just way more peanut butter and jelly than you get normally. But, like, I always crave peanut butter and jelly. Like, I don't know why. But, like, almost every day, I'm just like, I want peanut butter and jelly. And I was, like, buying peanut butter and buying jelly, and then I would, like, make a sandwich. And then I'd be like, this is terrible. Because it was just bread. It tasted like I was just eating the bread, basically. But, like, I saw these at Walmart, like, 3 months ago or so. And I was like, I could give that a try. And I bought it. And I was like, what the heck? This is super good. And like, so now, like, I get my peanut butter and jelly fix, Yeah, I saw that they do have others. The problem is that most of the other ones that I saw were like, take out of freezer, let thaw for 2 hours. I'm like, who's got 2 hours to just let it freaking, like, when I want to eat one of these things, I want to eat it, like, now. So I'm like, oh, let thaw for half an hour, Like, it says let thaw for at least 30 minutes, but you're supposed to let it thaw for like 60. I don't know the exact wording, but it says something like that on the box. So I usually let it sit for about an hour or so before I go munching. But I want to munch this before I start like this quest line. So see, I've tried Nutella. Oh, I have a drink. No worries. But I've tried Nutella, and it's not great. Like, it's not very good. Peanut butter mouth. Yeah, that's true. There is a lot of peanut butter, that's for sure. Oh, I agree. Nutella is definitely overrated. Like, I've honestly just never really liked it. I've tried it a couple of times, and both times I've been like, this is just not good. Well, it's not that it's not good, but it's like, it's only okay, you know? Also, I think because I haven't streamed this. Okay. Well, I had the game at 50%. I turned it down to 30%. Like, right? Like, sour gummies are like some of the best sweets. They really are. I totally agree with you on that. Like, 100%.
Caravan rebut. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
We were on the run, weren't we?
Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory, Paimon. As we may have stumbled upon this place at some point before.
So much time has already passed since then.
Yeah.
It seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right?
Yeah, we were like on the run from Sumeru itself because they were freaking attacking us. So our Skittles are your emergency blood sugar spike backup. Nice. I prefer regular Skittles.
Last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Yeah, but as long as we're around, it's hard to say what will happen.
Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next?
My problem is I'm not diabetic. I'm hypoglycemic. And which is hilarious because normally when people say, normally when people think hypoglycemic, like the first thought that pops into their head is like, oh, that means that your blood sugar is always like really low, so you need to have like a lot of sugar. But actually, hypoglycemia is low blood sugar because your body, I don't want to say digests blood sugar, but like dissolves, uses up, whatever the term is. It goes through blood sugar like faster than normal, and so you have low blood sugar. The problem is that when you have sugar, like it causes your blood sugar to like spike up, but then because your blood sugar spikes up, then your body is like, oh, I have too much blood sugar now, so now I need to consume that, dissolve it, whatever you want to call it, use it up like twice as fast. And so it acts like you'll get this like spike in blood sugar where it'll go up like really high, and then it'll just like immediately drop down. Like I've had my blood sugar go from 120 down to 40 in a matter of like half an hour. And that's obviously that's not good. So, yes, yep, 40. I have had it. I don't think I've ever had it lower than that, but that is, and that's not like that's not a regular thing. But like I've had that where it like got down that low. So, how did I not end up in the ER? Because I consume way more sugar than I should. And so I kind of like I don't want to say I'm used to it because it's not, like I'm not used to having that low blood sugar. But when it's down at like 40, I know, like, I know when I'm getting that low because I'm like shaking really bad and my whole body is like going into shock. And so I'm just like, all right, first things first, sugar. Like, just straight up give me a pound of sugar. Not actually a pound, but like give me, let me chug a soda or something, Um oh, it is. The shaking and sweats are wild. It's ridiculous. Um but like I'll get really bad shaking. I'll just be like, all right, let me just grab, one of the many sweets, sugary items I have. And so, like, grab freaking soda, grab muffin, grab cupcake, grab whatever. Consume, um, you know, consume a small amount of, like, sugar rush. And then combine that in with like proper like protein and such, and then it's like, oh look, now I'm coasting along and I'm up to 70 or 80, and keep it keep, I try to keep it between like 80 and 120, so yeah, yes, that can be a thing. Like getting hypoglycemia like symptoms at normal blood sugar levels, just because your blood sugar is so used to being so high. Clearly, that's not healthy. But yeah, it sucks. Like, low blood sugar is the worst. Oh, ad break apparently. Um, you would need fiber and protein. Yes, fiber and protein. I don't know. Does subbing prevent ads when it goes to ad break? Like what when you're subbed, do you not get ads when Twitch's automatic ad break starts? Subs don't get ads. Okay. That's what I was thinking. I didn't want to I have to pause for a minute because ad. But yes, the idea is, and that's what I was saying. Like, a lot of people don't realize, like, it's not about, it's not about like keeping your sugar up. It's about keeping your sugar steady. And in order to do that, you need things like fiber and protein along with sugar, because you need to slow down the process of, the consuming of glucose, whatever the proper term would be. Because otherwise, if you consume like a lot of sugar, but then that's all you do, you don't supplement that with fiber and things like that, you find that not only does your blood sugar go back down very quickly, but it will actually go down faster and like lower. I didn't know that initially either. And I had like a blood sugar of like 60, 65, something like that. And I was like, oh, I'll just, sugar. And then I've, ended up with, like a 55 or something. Like, you know, like 15, 20 minutes later, I'm like, but I had like the sugar in it. Talking to doctors, looking up information. Because I was curious, because I'm like, hypoglycemia is low blood sugar. So why is the cure, quote unquote, cure for hypoglycemia like eating like protein and fiber and stuff, because you would think like that's the counter to sugar, right? If you have too much sugar, then you need to eat protein. So it's like, what if my blood sugar is too low? Then why do I need protein? Since that's like the opposite. And it's like, oh, it's because the protein. It's not the protein is the opposite. It's more like the protein and fiber are like the things that keep your blood sugar more in line. And it again, it's not so much that your blood sugar is low, it's that your body produces, your body produces more of whatever the enzyme is that like consumes your blood sugar. Like it produces too much of that. Insulin, yes, thank you. I knew that, but my brain was not thinking of it. But like your body produces way too much insulin, but doesn't know that it's producing too much insulin. And your body naturally like increases or decreases the amount of insulin that it is producing as your sugar goes up and down. And so when you suddenly skyrocket your sugar, your body goes into panic mode and produces more insulin. Except that since you're already producing too much insulin to begin with, then you start producing way too much. And you go from, I'm at 50. And then you skyrocket up to like 100 or 120. And then you immediately crash, And your body goes, oh, all of a sudden I'm down to like 50, It's like, oh, I was at 60. Then I went up to 120. Now I'm down at 50. Oh, crap. But then your body's like, oh, I need to stop producing so much insulin. Except that it's still producing too much insulin because the normal amount of insulin is still too much. Like the normal amount it produces is still too much. So it doesn't realize, it doesn't realize that it's too high. So, yeah, my mom, is diabetic, so she completely fricked up her insulin production.
Maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Thanks, Paimon. I was just thinking that you might be the problem, Paimon.
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Next up, Fontaine!
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this.
Dia.
I can see you two still love wandering around.
It's still
Dia.
weird that we're starting here,
Since
but...
when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you
Right?
here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine. Oh,
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
We'll leave as soon as we finish a few more preparations.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Of course. Who dat? Generic NPC, but clearly important.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
You know, I think this is the first region that we actually got some kind of a send-off. Your toxic trait is assuming this girl is in love with us. That's basically every character in the game. Like, honestly, that's basically every character in the game. So...
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
In her case, she'll know from our dreams anyway.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Bye, Dia.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
But this is like the first time we've actually gotten a send-off. Like, with Mondstadt, you just left and went to Liyue. With Liyue, you had, like, the moment just before going to Inazuma where you were like, hey, you know, we gotta board the freaking boat and whatnot. And so, like, technically, some of the Liyue characters were there for that, but you didn't get this, like, oh, bye, you know. And freaking Inazuma, we just, like, we were in Inazuma, and then, like, the next thing we were doing is going into freaking Sumeru. Like, there was no transition, so. Is this game just never ending? So, there is like a planned plot line. Basically what they're doing is they're kind of doing it MMO style to a degree, because technically this is a mobile game. So they're kind of doing it mobile game / MMO style, where every patch or two they give you of like a new area to explore. And so far, at a fairly consistent rate, basically once a year, they do a big update that is, here's the next, like, actual region. And there's usually about 7 or 8 updates in between the, like, here's a new region, you know, between the two. And during that, like, they will expand the new region that you're in. So, after settling matters in Sumeru, you approach the border of Fontaine. That's supposed to be of, I think. Because I don't... You approach the border with Fontaine? I think that's supposed to be of Fontaine. And there we go. I'm kind of glad that I walked over here earlier, since it just teleported me here without any pomp or circumstance. Because I enjoyed being able to, like, make this trip earlier. So. Honestly, somebody just starting. So, if somebody was just starting, this area is like the starting area. This is Mondstadt, right? So like this area is where you would start the game at, and it's the content you would initially do, and you would go through an entire storyline covering just this like one massive area, like, to be clear. Like, this is a very big world. Somebody just starting out, like, they would start here in Mondstadt, and they would do all of this, and then after they've done all of that, they would then come down into here, into Liyue, and so they would have all of this, like, all of this, all the way up here. Like, this right here, this is the divide between the regions. This is part of Mondstadt. But, like, this is the divide right here between regions. So, like, you've got all of this, then you've got all of this. And then, after you've done Liyue, you go from here all the way down here, and there's all 6 of these islands to do down here. And then, once you've done that, then you come back to Liyue to go into Fontaine, which is all of this. So here's an example. Like, this is the area that we have for Fontaine right now, right? Like, this is today is the day that this came out. You know, so this is all we have of Fontaine, is this area here where this border is. When Sumeru came out, all we had was this section right here. You know, from here up near Vanarana all the way down here to Port Ormos, which is the bottom here. And after this, the next patch released this area, the Hypo-style Desert and Upper and Lower Setic. And then 2 patches later, they gave us the Desert of Hadramaveth. That's a hard word to say. Technically, this is Mount Damavand, but I guess this whole area is called the Desert of Hadramaveth. But then, 2 patches after that, they gave us Gavira Lajavard. I don't know how to say these. But they gave us Gavira Lajavard and the realm of Farakret. I don't know how to say these. But basically, like, every other patch or so, they will add one new area to the game. And, you know, so this was 3.0 right here. Sumeru. And then 3.1 gave us this area. And then 3.3 gave us the desert. And 3.5 gave us this. Or maybe it was 3.6. I don't remember. But now, in 4.0, we just got this area. And, like, this is a whole new region. But it's not any, like, it's not any bigger than the individual, like, areas that they put out normally. But, like, the story... The story is basically moving chapter by chapter as you go along. And so now the story has reached a whole new region. Has reached into Fontaine here. So. But, yeah, there are, what, 4 chapters? 5 if you count the prologue. There's 4 chapters. But otherwise there's 4 chapters to the game right now. So, we are on Chapter 4, Act 1, Soloist's Prologue. But there was the prologue, which was Mondstadt. there was Chapter 1, which was Liyue, Chapter 2, which was Inazuma, and then Chapter 3, which was Sumeru. And now, Fontaine is Chapter 4. So, and it is massive. Like, look at this place. Like, this region is ridiculous. Actually, I have a couple of pictures that I took. Let me show you these. And I'm going to show you basically how, actually, the amount of people that play on PC is actually a very small amount. There's a lot of people that play on, like, Xbox and PlayStation. But the amount of people that actually play on mobile is surprisingly high. Like, believe it or not, mobile is actually one of the, like, main methods of playing video games nowadays. Oh, definitely. It's definitely way higher in, like, the Asian markets. So, like, way higher. Play Pokemon roguelikes on your phone. That's great. So, let me show you these are, well, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Why are you not, whatever. Why did that do weird things, but this one's not? So these are two pictures taken from the same location. The left image is what Fontaine looked like just yesterday, actually, when I took the photo. The right image is what Fontaine now looks like. So you can already see, like, you know, before it was just random mountain, and then now in the current version it's actually like a region. And this is just basically how they've done everything. That there's always something out there on the horizon that's just generic landscape, you know, whatever, cool. But then it becomes something else, you know, becomes fancy and such, when they, like, release the actual, like, patch for the content. I don't know, I don't think I have. Wonder how long it would take to walk across the whole map. Hours. I mean, some of it's dependent on the term walk. Yeah, I don't have any. I was gonna show the chasm. I did this with the chasm when they released that, but I don't have those screenshots. Those are on the dead computer. You mean anything but fast travel? Well, the reason I ask is because technically this is walk. You know, this is standard speed of travel. Is this right? This is, you know, you could consider it jog. There is sprint, but sprint uses stamina. But then you actually can switch to walk. And, like, this is a third the speed of, like, this is like a third of your normal movement speed, is actual walk. And if you were to do this like walk, it would take days. We definitely not doing the actual walk. Right. Yeah, it would take days to do actual walk. If you're talking just like jog, I think when I traveled from Mondstadt to Liyue, it took like an hour. Just like to go from here, Mondstadt, like because this is the actual city of Mondstadt here. But to go from like this crosswalk section down to here, the actual Liyue Harbor, that took me about an hour, I think, at just standard like jog speed. So, and I mean, technically you can't walk everywhere anyway, because the biggest hurdle that you're gonna have is Inazuma, which is all the way down here. There's no walking to Inazuma. But once you get to Rito via the story, or, you say like, okay, I got to Liyue Harbor, there's no Wave Rider spawns on this side. Because all of this was done before the Wave Rider was added. But if you wanted to do it, you could come down here, pick up the Wave Rider, from one of these waypoints, take it all the way up here into Liyue Harbor, and then teleport yourself all the way to Mondstadt, and then start from, I don't know, up here, Stormbearer Point, and I think if you walked from here down into this section, made a trip up into Storm Terror's lair, came back down, took the path through Liyue, made a quick walk over here before coming this way, hop on your Wave Rider, come down here, actually walk or jog, whatever, until, you need to cross between islands. And then actually travel back, go to the chasm here, and then into Sumeru and, walk through all of this. I think it would take you maybe a day. So, if you're not fast traveling at all, I think it would take you about a day to, walk everything, basically. So, maybe a little more now that Fontaine is unlocked. I don't know, because I haven't been there yet. This is as far as I got. All I did was come over to Remoratime Harbor. I haven't done anything else. So, speaking of Remoratime Harbor, that's that all the way over there. And so I'm going to do this legitimately. I could teleport over there, but I want to do this legitimately. Whee! I haven't actually been to this little hut over here. I don't know if there's anything over here. I saw it after I walked by, but I didn't actually, stop by and, check it, so. Q&A stream while I cross the whole Genshin map. I mean, you could, yeah. For sure. I still don't know what you're supposed to do with these. They don't seem like... It doesn't seem like you're able to, hurt these guys at all. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with those. Those have been in the game since, 3.6. But I don't actually know what you're supposed to do with them. But here's the Wave Rider. This is your little boat. And so then we'll just hop into our little boat and pass by some of these other boats along the way. And we'll just make our way over here. Just, take a moment to, take everything in as we go. I've already done this, the whole, taking everything in bit. Or at least of this area, just because, again, I have been over here already. But... Whee!
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port. Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines.
So I heard, and it's about what I imagined. It's even more impressive than I expected.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Now let's start by meeting the Hydro Archon.
Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
The journey is to find my sibling, and also the truth.
Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
Well, let's see. In Mondstadt, we had to defeat the Archon's dragon pet. In Liyue, we killed the Archon and were fugitives for a while. In Inazuma, we angered the Archon and she tried to kill us multiple times. And in Sumeru, we angered the Archon's, side people who weren't evil, technically, anyway. And so we got into huge trouble. So I'm expecting that we're going to encounter huge trouble. Going GTA and roleplay of normal person following traffic laws. That's funny. But yeah, I have the feeling that just like normal, we'll get in here and we'll end up causing something that happens, and either the Archon will get angry at us, or the Archon's underlings will get angry at us. So, that's what I'm expecting. Rarely, I don't think we've had a region yet where something bad hasn't happened because we came into it.
To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
Monsters will be summoned, titties will jiggle, fans will be serviced. There are jiggle physics.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family.
There aren't that many characters whose outfits, give them the ability to jiggle very much, but there are jiggle physics in this game. For the, larger women who are perhaps dressed in tighter outfits. So, but not all of the females are in, revealing attire. Much to my disappointment, of course. But I'm a girl that likes the ladies. So, what can I say?
I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether
Excuse me,
something
good
is
grief.
true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more
Epiclese.
commonly known as just the Opera House.
The opera house. So they see trials as a sort of opera.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette,
Nouvellette.
as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Say that 5 times fast. They're pretty chilled for us just butting in on the conversation. I mean, we didn't really, butt in on their conversation. We just kind of were like, hey, those are some people that we could, talk to. And then we just kind of stood there and waited. So, judgment device created by the Archon. So this is the nation of
You're a
justice.
trees? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance.
I have the feeling that we're going to get to know it very intimately.
Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Make an appointment? Time slots? What?
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
The people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon, but they don't appear to revere
I
her.
think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for?
So there's a girl over there. She's been standing alone for quite some time.
Huh. Maybe something...
Hey!
She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
It's Lynette! I already have her as a character. Prelude of Blanchor and Neukor. I have no idea how to say this. Right? Also, I love this. This is new, by the way. Like, this was just added, like, today as well. Where, like, there's this, like, totally, like, different, like, party system. So, like, this is really cool. But I have to do this.
Is it time for a magic show?
We're definitely not the same person. I love that you can do this. Just like be in world with the character while standing like next to the character. I love that. Lynette.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids? Or a fantastical race from Fontaine?
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no,
Really?
I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
That missing a question mark right here?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Linny and Lynette.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
I always love that she says Paimon is Paimon.
We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Right? It's true. Hardly anything left for me to say with you around, Paimon, because you always steal all my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon.
Got
We are quite similar.
a canonical reason for why the Traveler rarely talks. That's great.
So, what did Lynette mean when she said that the water is engulfing your memories, and that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
Oh, what's happening in Fontaine?
Where to begin?
Where to begin?
Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hello, Liddy. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Alrighty. Oh, God. Oh, good. We're not being, like, forcibly slowed down here. They're still walking slow as crap, but they're not forcing us to walk slow as crap.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Eh? Oh my.
So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Oh boy.
As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
Oh boy. Everybody here seems to be holding a class.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally.
Oh. Alright. Interesting eyes.
Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity.
Very interesting eyes.
Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
I get the feeling that her and Fischl would get along very well. Because they both are very, flamboyant with their words. I don't think that's the right word, but...
I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro, and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Well, finding the Archon was easy enough.
Yeah. Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top?
She's just like Fischl.
Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As
Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
I feel like I know her voice actress, though. But I'm not entirely sure.
You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
It feels like she can't get over herself.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Oh no.
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Oh no, we're already just the fact that we're already well known in this region when we just arrived, that's already a bad sign.
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Let's see, have they revealed Farina's voice actor yet? Oh, they have. Okay. Amber Lee Connors. Okay. Now, is that also who I think it is? Or is it somebody else? Let me find out. Amber Lee Connors. I might not know who this is, actually. Come on. Load up already. Okay, so no. I thought she sounded similar to Mona, but I guess not. Amber Lee Connors. Do I know her voice from anything else? Or do I just think she sounds like Mona, and that's that? Sorry, I tend to like to look up the voices that I think I know. But I don't actually know if I... Again, I thought it just sounded like the voice actress from Mona, but it's not. And I'm not seeing anything else that she's been in that I recognize. So, granted, I'm looking through a list and I'm in freaking the 2020s. So if she is, there's a lot to go through here. I'll look that up later. I'm not going to do that right now. Fighting gods? I've got a resume. Bring it on!
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Let's see. I kicked the butt of the Archon from Inazuma. I killed a god. Well, I don't think we actually killed Osile. I think we just beat Osile. So... I did fight a dragon at one point. Oh, I did fight a guy that turned himself into a god.
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Arrhenius, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
Oh boy.
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house. It would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We haven't committed any crimes. We literally just arrived here.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
Well, at least we're getting right to the, getting in trouble part.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Right?
Great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Whoop. Huh?
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Ah, when Liddy patted you on the back. I see. That was the whole. That was the whole thing. He attached something to us.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh.
A balloon.
I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Paimon is a balloon. Alright.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
Of course.
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
Oh boy.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
I love her. She's crazy. I love her.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Did you know that was gonna happen?
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Confusing is a good way to put it. Is she really that reasonable?
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant.
I mean, how could you look at him and not immediately think he's a
It will
magician?
actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Sure, I would be delighted.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Is there any way I can help?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Magic pocket.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Dissolved into the waters.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Now the water is engulfing our memories. Won't be long before it engulfs us.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day!
Prophecy is true. Is there no way?
More than a bit of rain.
If the prophecy is true, is there no way to prevent a disaster?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Alrighty. Like water disappearing into water. Interesting. Very interesting.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
Pocket.
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Alrighty.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. As time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Solved into the water. Easiest way to cross was actually just to hop in the boat for a second.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Use the magic pocket for other things, then. Doesn't have to be specifically for, you know, moving your house or whatever. Just, you know, use it for other stuff.
You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
No kidding. Some people are quite stubborn.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Maritime flower. Ooh. Ah, these cool.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
Library Romaritime flower. That said, it's gonna take Hydro. I could sit here and take forever to do this via Traveler. Or I could just switch to Barbara, who can just use one blast of Hydro and we're done. Also, more coats. So are these just like regular items I'm picking up as opposed to these being like a quest item? Because it just let me pick up quite many. This item expires today, actually, in just a couple hours. Okay. The flowing joy spar. Something to find joy voucher. Oh, yeah. Okay, right. Yeah, that's from the other region, whatever it was called. Not region. I mean the place. The place with the stuff and the things. The thing that we were doing, Bottleland. The place that we were going to beforehand. So, Linky Raid. Thank you for the raid, Linky. Oh, that's right. I was looking to see if these were, like, are these just normal items? Are these, like, quest specific? Oh! Early Linky raid, apparently. I see. Nope, these ones, the Fibery Romaritime flowers are specifically for a quest line. Okay, so I have picked up too many, as is normal. There we go. Now Linky has raided with a party of 3. Cool. Hello.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an
Hello.
experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
The siege you did was killer. Oof.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be an escape route if she tries to run.
Understood. Leave it to me.
All right, let's go.
Frickin'. Right? I do say frickin' a lot, don't I? Oh god, I have to ride this freaking elevator again. It's a long way up. Do. It's a long way up. Hey, there we go. Here's a statue of the seven. Actually, before I go anywhere, how many? Woohoo! 20 just to get started. That's a lot. All right then. That one is going to be a little tricky to get. Because it's just kind of sitting there. Directly over the water. Guess the easiest way would be climb up here. And then just glide down. Or fall straight down. That would work too. I just don't know if I would have landed it.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
There she is.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Get ready to stop her. Time to make the arrest.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction. What should we do? Should we chase her?
Our job is to block this path. The rest is up to Liddy.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away.
You wait, but there's no sign of the thief.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah,
Whoops,
let's go.
I didn't even see what those said. Probably something about going to check and see what's happened.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
Sorry, I had to fix a nail. There we go.
You're right. Sorry, Lynette.
Having an issue with one of my nails, so...
I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
Off to the court of Fontaine. Oh, come on. These bottles that have never... Like, these bottles really never want to open. Again... I don't know what it is about these bottles. Sorry, I'm having an issue with the bottle not wanting to open there. There we go. Wanted a drink, but... And the bottle wasn't opening. So. Alright. Ad break in progress.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
This is an aquabus. It allows people to
Aquabus.
travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring, even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
I like Lynette so far.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Aquabus. Oh. Oh, hey! It's her.
Huh?
I recognize you.
What?
Charlotte.
Traveler! Paimon!
This dialogue is probably different
Charlotte!
if you didn't do the 3.7 event. It's Charlotte.
I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news.
Since, you know, it was only available during the 3.7 patch.
What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah,
Hi, Charlotte.
it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming.
Yet another character I want to get my hands on.
Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends. Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news? Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
That would definitely get my attention, but it's not really the kind of news you're after.
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed. So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
Serial disappearances of young women.
That's right.
Oh boy.
The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago.
Eh?
And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
And there must be more than one criminal at work. Maybe they are copycat criminals?
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Continue talking on the aqua bus. Before you know it, you are arriving at your destination. Should be basically on the other side of the region now. Considering that the aqua bus goes a long way.
Look!
There it is. Fontaine. Well, I mean, technically we're in Fontaine, but there's the city. The game definitely isn't struggling to load because I have the game on the lowest settings and my computer is still garbage. Definitely not having issues with the fact that this PC sucks really badly. Nope. I mean, at least it's the PC and not the game itself, but still. It's just really annoying.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this. Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly. I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late. Okay. Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya! Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time. tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Alright. Well, so let's get teleported us there, which is slightly annoying. Hey look, it's an etherite. God, I've been playing way too much Final Fantasy XIV. Hey! Cool, so it didn't take us that far. I mean, we're all the way over here, but, like, I mean, it didn't take us that far in terms of, like, from, like, where we started, where the city started. I'm guessing that the Aqua Bus is just right over here, so. No, this is into the city. Okay, never mind. Well, that's cool still. Aquabus information clerk. Maintenance worker. I'm mostly just trying to find the statue of the Seven. If I'm to be honest. Lift is coming to the current floor. Oh boy, is it another massive one? Not too terrible, it looks like. Doesn't look like it's too bad. It's not quite as high. That said, there are multiple floors, apparently. Let's go to the second floor, then. We'll start there. So, I think that it probably came down from the second floor. Based off of that. Grossly! Aquabus guide. Like, can I get a view of, like, where anything is here? I think it's over that way. This place is so big. Oh boy.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Hey, thank you. I was trying to just pick that up, but it was not letting me do that. There's plenty of aqua buses around here. Well no, I guess these ones aren't aqua buses, they're just boats. Guess it depends on whether the aqua bus is specifically that, like, one thing or not. Home to the aqua bus system. Station serves 3 lines. Passengers destined for Romaritine Harbor should take Clementine Line. Passengers destined for the Opera Epiclese or Makota Station should take the Navia Line. Passengers destined for the Fontaine Research Institute should take the Calais Line. Special note, due to force majeure, operations on the Calais Line are suspended indefinitely. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Yes, I remember that the freaking bulletin board mentioned that there was an explosion in the Fontaine Research Lab. And that everything was definitely okay. Nothing to worry about. Nobody, there definitely wasn't somebody who was very upset about it. How do you do? When does that, So where are we? What is this? You're Emil Fane, the guide for this trip. I'd like to ask about Millicines are a young race born in Fontaine. There are many differences between us and humanity. Is there anything else about Millicines? We do have one secret that we could share with you, passenger. We're similar to humans in one way. Each of us has a different personality. Some of us like chatting, some don't. I see. One does the immediately. Whee! I see. I mean, that's definitely one way to get around.
I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so.
There's a
please
Hydroculus
remember to buy
though.
the steambird, though I don't read it myself.
I'm passing by a Hydroculus though.
The destination of the current tour is Arenias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity.
Oh!
Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
I see. Yep. It's up there. Wow. Just look at this place though. Like, what the frick?
We're now approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark.
But also I went
Even though I will take any
the wrong
forgotten
way.
items to Lost and Found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
I love them already. Seems to be harvestable Marcotte nearby. I love them already. Potato. So I've definitely gone the exact opposite direction I was meant to go. So that's good. Some rainbow roses though. Marcotte. Bull fruit. Must be a harvestable Marcotte nearby. Did I not just collect it? I think it's because it's over here, maybe. I think that's because there's a special event for, like, collecting the stuff.
Take flight! Yeah!
We complete the quest to harvest this type of item. Cool. You know, knowing that the hilly trolls are, like, these immortal beings that have been cursed by, like, this horrible curse. And so they're, like, trapped in that, like, state. It makes it really sad to kill them. Which is really funny, because they're just treated as if they're just your average, like, goblin type creature. But, like, they're actually, like, major creatures. Like, people. They're, like, legitimate people that have just been, like, cursed to be the goblinoid, like, creatures. I need 5 rainbow roses and 9 lumidos bells. I mean, I do appreciate that they're giving me some idea as of where to look for certain things. That is nice. So Aquabus is really... Tell me about Arrhenius. Recommended areas of visitation are the Fountain of Lucine and Opera Epiclese. Other than that, I do not recommend anything. Institute ruins compromise the northern part of Arrhenius. I'm an adventurer, so just understand the area is indeed dangerous and does also play host to out of control clockwork mecha. However, the most potent threat present at the moment is the Institute technicians. They drone on for an entire day without giving you any information or expressing any perspective. Truly ghastly. Do not go to Arrhenius' depths. Why not? Apologize, but I do not know either. This is Monsieur Nivelate's suggestion. I trust his wisdom. Okay. Does this take me back? Court Region Waterway Hub and the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering are working to improve Aquabus speed. I was going to say it was really beautiful, but you haven't heard what I think of its speed yet. I'm glad you think so. I wonder if I have to, like, reset it by waiting for the Aquabus over here. After a while. Yeah, see, now that's slightly annoying, but it's fine. Immediately. When does that immediately?
Welcome to the Navia line. This journey will be returning to the court of Fontaine. I am Elfan, your tour guide for this trip. But I hope you won't mind if my commentary fails to do justice to the majestic views before your eyes.
Oh, there's a shrine over there.
Anyway, the destination of this tour is the capital city of this nation, the court of Fontaine. Even the critic who once compared the city to a cage of stone and steel could not deny its aesthetic appeal. To the right of the Aquabus, suspended in midair, is Fontaine's renowned research institute. I hear the employees there do crazy overtime regardless of rank or distinction. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with the incident.
Yep. I suspect, though, that we can't go over there yet.
Excellent. We've reached the terminal station. Please prepare to disembark. I don't mean to hurry you, but there are just so many attractions in the court of Fontaine worth visiting. I recommend that you begin sightseeing as soon as possible, so you encounter as many of these treasures as you can. As for me, I might use this opportunity for a rest. Maybe I'll go to our ways for a cup of coffee. Even tour guides need a pick-me-up now and then.
I love them. Peleus Memorian. I have the feeling I was supposed to go to floor 2 if I want to get to the place, but I want to hit the statue.
Welcome to Palais Mermonia.
Palais Mermonia. Okay. Ooh, World Quest. Virgo. World opens itself before those with noble hearts. Bing! Oh, yeah. There is no getting to anything else right now. I see that. Well, no, because I think this might be where the research station is, actually. So I might be able to get over there. All of the waypoints are underwater, so there's that. Like, all of the waypoints are underwater, so there's that. That said, I am interested in one major thing, and that is that Celestia is nearby. Well, it's not so much that Celestia is nearby, but more that, like, I can see Celestia. Basically the easiest we've ever been able to see Celestia, so... And I'm a little curious to... I mean, it doesn't look like it's had any changes at all. But still. That said, I have no idea where it is. Partially because Celestia is, for some reason, a semi-transparent model. And it can actually be really hard to see during the night. But supposedly... oh, my marker actually disappeared. I had a marker for where... Oh, no, there it is. Wow! Oh my gosh, it's way down there. No wonder I can't find it. It's way the frick down here. Wow. So it's way the heck down there now. You know what? We have infinite stamina. Let's go for a little bit of a swim along here for a moment. Especially since I have no idea where I'm trying to get to. But also, again, I kind of want to just... There it is. Wow. That's so cool. This is the first time we've seen Celestia from this angle. Like, we're north of Celestia now, which has never been the case. We've always been south of Celestia in some way. But now we're actually north of it. Well, I mean, I guess technically up here counts. But, like, yeah. That's so cool. I'm really surprised that Celestia hasn't been, like, updated yet. But, like, you can literally see through it. Like, look, there's a star inside of the freaking model. Just because you can see through... Well, the star has moved now. But yeah, like, you can actually see through the model into the skybox behind. I don't think that's the way Celestia's supposed to look. Like, canonically, it's just how it does look. So, because, I don't know, it's a transparent model for some reason. Maybe they hoped that by making it semi-transparent, people wouldn't know that it's just a flat, like, no textured model. But, it's a flat, no, well, not flat, but it's a no textured model. It's just white. The whole thing is just white. Just white, white model. But also, that's, to be able to see it that well, that's gotta be a really big structure. Or I should say that's gotta be a really big, like, model. Now, it's probably extremely low poly. Like, it would not surprise me if there was only, like, 100 tries or something. I mean, I think they'd probably need more than 100. But still, It would not surprise me if it was a very low texture model, low poly model. But it's definitely just a freaking, like, no texture model. I'm sure some of that is just the fact that they don't want to, like, put in a lot of work on, like, modeling and texturing when we're not going to get any chance to even go anywhere near it.
Please, watch your step.
But still, it's just hilarious to me. This is just gonna take me back, won't it? Where am I trying to go? Maybe I need to be on the first floor. Station main hall. I mean, that or I am supposed to go all the way up, which is another possibility. I'm not entirely sure where I'm trying to go. Dietmar and Diathar.
Let's keep looking. I'll help you find them.
Dad, where are all the water fairies? Are they even real?
Water fairies? Alright, I think I was supposed to go all the way up. No? This is saying the Cafe Lucerne is below me, it says. Told the board. What? Where the... They did a great job of leading me where to go. Friggin' Linny and Lynette did a great job of leading me where I was supposed to go. It's like, yeah, we'll follow you because we have no idea where to go. And then just left me alone. Court of Dew and Springs added to the archive. Okay. Okay, see, this was part of it. I saw a path that way, I went path that way. I didn't realize that there was this giant space here. So I got completely lost. Waypoint is... must be underneath me somehow? Like underneath the, like, path there, I guess? Court of Fontaine. Newsstand owner. Yeah, why aren't there any new detective novels? Detective novels? The Great Detective Herlock, the case files of Miss Orth. Many of these famed tales of detectives and deductions come from Fontaine. Even if you haven't read them, surely you've heard their names. I've never refused to read a single one of these suspenseful tomes, and yet their serialization speed can never match my reading. I always have to wait a long time between releases. I mean, I understand that to some degree. I would probably write faster if the person that was commissioning me could pay more pay more often. But it's fine. I'm not complaining, to be clear. Things could really go bad at this rate. Does not one person care? Care about what? A water pollution problem. Crisis so obvious, like dropping ink into clear water, but everyone just ignores it. Do only we of the salon care about this in all the land? I wouldn't know. Hotel de Board, eh? Let's go in. Don't think this is where I'm supposed to go, but... Hotel de Board. Sanguinetti. Greetings, dear customer. Can I help you? Let me see the menu. Show me some recipes. Duck confit. Cream of mushroom soup. Fontaine aspic. Fontainian foie gras. Lasagna. Ooh. And poison seafood soup. That sounds pleasant. I mean, it is poison with 2 S's, so I assume that means something. Refreshing Fanta. A Fanta refreshment. Specialty drink created by the Fontaine Research Institute. Is well received by locals. Sure? Is that, like, for a recipe or something? Do I need Fanta for a recipe? Food. Nope, it is actually a food. But I don't... I guess it heals? Supposedly? Doesn't say how much it heals for, though, but supposedly it heals. Here they are. I'm like, where are the recipes I just picked up? Got it. Eloise. Everybody's a critic. Or at least she is. Argalia. Should I redo my storage plan for the tableware again? What about the tableware? Well, I'm currently considering how to arrange the various utensils we use here at the hotel. I used to place them in a rack close to the outside, which would make them easy to take and use. But Lynette once knocked them over when she was invited to perform here, causing them to clatter to the ground, shattering on impact. Fortunately, Lynette wasn't hurt. Everyone would surely have been grieved if her beautiful face was injured by mistake. I happen to agree with you. I know, right? Back then, Lynette didn't blame us for not taking care of the tableware better. She would apologize, saying that this sort of thing always happens to her. Maybe she only said that so we wouldn't feel too awkward about things. I mean, she seems rather cold, but she's actually super modest and polite. Yes, there's another of you. How you must have met my elder sister downstairs, huh? We're twins, so most people can't tell us apart by appearance. Sounds very different, though, so we get exposed the moment we open our mouths. My sister speaks slow, but she's a careful sort. If you need help on the first floor of the restaurant, just leave it to her. Argalia. AKA, we made 2 NPCs using the same thing because they're they're like meant to be the same kind of thing, you know? So, welcome. The weather's rather fine today, isn't it? Is there anything I can help you with? Hello there. Welcome, welcome. This is Hotel de Board, a stage for fine food and fine art both. May you enjoy delicious food and exciting performances both here today. What about performances? I'd recommend something. It would be the magic show by the great magician Linny and Lynette. Their magic is truly a thing of surpassing beauty, and they also have many unexpected ideas. That said, their performance times are as unpredictable as their magic tricks. You would be very fortunate to meet them indeed. I have met them, in fact, actually. Alright. let's see. So it looks like I'm supposed to go there-ish, somewhere. Over in that direction. Here. It would seem I'm to go here.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home.
Femine.
Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny sure seems to have a big family. What a talented family.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
It's alright, you go ahead.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Raining.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Would that be the elemental dragon of Fontaine?
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
After some time, the rain stops. I mean, it looks like it stopped to me, but...
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Sounds good. You go ahead, Linny. See you at the performance.
Are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Femine.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Magic pocket materials. Whoops. Alrighty. Snack shop. What have you? Garlic baguette, Fontaine onion soup, fish and chips, pate de fruit, and more Fanta. I don't know how much it heals, but apparently it's supposed to heal based off the healing icon it shows. All the way over there. Okay. Do I just keep going this way? I guess. That waypoint seems like it's up there. So let's start by going that way. Don't mind me. Boy. This place sure is vertical. That is going to be a problem for me. I am not great at vertical cities. At all. Criteria Leones. Oh, doggos. Cute. Doggos that are all dressed up. There is some kind of a shop right here. So, might as well stop here for a second. These are artifacts. Let me see what you have. More Fanta. Glabrous beans. Almonds. Of which I apparently own 237 of. I didn't even know I had picked up any almonds, let alone 237. And more Fanta.
Every scent tells a story.
Oh boy. This is going to be fun navigating this place regularly. I can already tell that much. And by fun, I mean extremely obnoxious. Not that I'm complaining, I just... I'm not good with vertical cities. I'm really not. Boutique. I don't need anything at the moment. Tell me about the place. This clothes shop was opened by Miss Chiori, a renowned Inazuman designer. She's gained great favor in Fontaine's fashion world by incorporating elements of resistance and revolution into her designs. Doesn't sound like tooting one's own horn, but it's no exaggeration to say that Mrs. Chiori has sparked a real fashion craze here in our nation.
welcome to Cheeria Boutique. For tailoring services, please make a reservation.
There were outfits at whatever convention Genshin was at recently. That the traveler, both of the travelers were like wearing, and I was a little upset to find out that they were just like convention outfits that the characters were drawn in, and that they weren't like outfits we were gonna get. Because they looked like they would be outfits that would have fit right in. Catherine! We meet again, Catherine. You also a clockwork puppet, Catherine? Haha, I wonder. I appear like a masterpiece of the Fontaine Research Institute to some?
Ad Astra Abyss.
We meet again, Catherine. Hello there, the pleasure is mine. I'm Catherine, the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. Job is to provide the adventurers with quests and intelligence support. May my services be of help to you. May your journey in Fontaine be a memorable one. Yeah, yep. There's Nyan Artifice, Artifice. We actually know for a fact that she is a robot. That was one of the coolest, like, reveals in Chapter 4. Was that she was, that she legitimately is a robot. Because we had been speculating forever that she was going to turn out to be a robot. And then in Chapter 4, they're like, yep, she's a robot.
Is there anyone here?
It's like, nice. We got something right for once.
New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Magic Pockets.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Wow. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
My headphones are giving my left ear like pain for me
Is this
today.
what you used to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Indemnitium.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
That name is ridiculous.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Venti and Nihida both said that gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia.
Pneumosia.
It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
Confreer of Cabrier Enforcer.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabrier by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying
What
to collect
the
payments,
frick are you
why don't
here
you settle your
for?
own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabrier wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
Hi, child.
Nice to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
I sure seem to have run into a lot of friends today.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
We've already weathered enough storms for now, so I don't mind a little excitement every now and then.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Uh-oh.
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Sure, go ahead, they're all yours.
I'm unsure this won't take long.
Right? Oh, you frick. You fricks. Really, you're making me play freaking child? Oh my god, I hate this. This guy is the worst. He's not the worst character of the game. He's just ridiculously stupid to play. Freaking... At least that one was easy.
How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
What?
Now's my chance!
Something just happened to his vision?
That was weird.
The frick? What just happened?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
Better not use the delusion too often. I don't have vision, don't ask me.
Stay in Fontaine, child, and don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
About the power, do you have any idea where it came
I
from?
can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss.
Ooh, abyss power.
It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk.
Skirk.
She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
Sorry, I am trying to get at my nail here, and it's the freaking like corner of the nail. There we go. The freaking corner of the nail, like right between, you know, where the nail and the toe touch. And it is like nigh impossible for me to ever get to like get into that like part of my nail for some reason. I don't know if other people have like where their toenails like directly connect into like their like toe. I don't know if that's like a normal thing or not. So.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
Okay, some kind of abyss power.
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers.
Oh, hang on. Frickin' slightly cold in here, so I was trying to flip
It
the
takes that
air
shape because
conditioner.
the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
It's very possible the power inside you is connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point. but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde. Huh.
I'm terrible at remembering names.
Before I forget, I want you to have this.
Did we hear Clorinde? Because I don't remember that.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Completely killed. Oh, hey, wow, that came back much faster than I expected. Completely killed all my USBs again. I love that. Paimon's enthusiastic leadership, we walk all around the court of Fontaine.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Hey, don't blurt it out, Paimon. It's rude to spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
Never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading. Do you have any idea how long we were loitering here?
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
I'm good. You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
But seriously, Paimon.
The Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
But also, like freaking it took me away from where I wanted to be. I wanted to be over there because the freaking forge is over here. So, thanks, game. I actually need to visit the forge. And I was like, oh cool, this, quest is at the forge. I could just immediately go to the forge afterwards. Nope. I'd like to buy some weapons, maybe? I guess? Diagrams. Ooh. Flowing purity. Rightful reward. Tidal shadow. Attack is increased by 12%. Bond of life worth 25% of max HP will be granted. When the Bond of Life is cleared, a maximum of 150 attack will be gained based on 2.4% of the total amount. That confused me, but okay. Sure. Guess that's fine. So, bullfruits, tidalgas, and condescence crystal. Found in Elinus. Bright and clear crystal with a core that is both tough and malleable. Algae floating with the tides that sustains itself by feeding on substances produced by other plants. Though often mistaken for zooplankton based on its nature, Tidalga is actually a type of phytoplankton. And some self-defense weapons. I like something made. We need to make some enhancement ore while I'm right here. There's all these weapons, but I don't need any of them. Like, I already have, every one of these weapons that I would actually use, I already have, maxed out. So I just, have a bunch of billets for weapons that I'm not using. On hit, normal charged attacks have a 50% chance to deal additional attack damage within a small AoE. And that's not too bad. Prototype archaic. But I don't... Because, what? I have Sacrificial Greatsword on her. Have a maxed out White Blind. The Snow-Tombed Star Silver is something I technically need. This is only Refinement rank 1. But good luck freaking getting enough Star Silver for that. I could go get it pretty easily at this point, but... I hate going to Dragonspine Mountain. I really just dislike going there. And, that's all my Claymore users, I think. I guess I have him, but he's got the Sea Lord. Oh, yeah, Beto's got the Prototype Archaic. I don't use her. Do I bother to... I could make 2 of these. And, refine it. Do I bother? I don't know. Also, this is the first blacksmith that isn't constantly, working at the forge, and it's almost hilarious to see. Elemental skill hits an opponent. Character loses 3 energy, regains 3 for every 2 seconds. I don't know. Like, is this even any... Are these even any good? There. I'll just make these and then freaking refine and call it fine. I don't even care. But like, the spears... Honestly, if I was gonna get a spear... Additional damage equal 20% of attack. Crescent Pike wouldn't be bad. Dragon Spine Spear would also be good. But I'm not using any spear users is the biggest issue. Well, I am. But she's already got the catch. Like, this is literally the best thing for her, from what I can tell. Because Elemental Burst damage is 24%. Elemental Burst crit rate is 9%. And, like, all I ever do is freaking pull her out long enough to use the Elemental Burst. And I put her away. I don't even actually use her. I don't really, like... I don't know. There's a lot of stuff, but I don't know that a lot of it is actually worth using. Haven't actually looked at like any of these animations, aside from like the characters I regularly use. That's cool. Why is she so freaking adorable, though? I love all of... I love that this is a thing. Like, this is so cool. Yeesh. Brandishing a knife there. She's like, really? I was trying to destroy the freaking wine industry. You have to bring me up now? I love it. Man, this is so cool. She falls asleep. I love that. Nice. I love that this is now a thing. Like they've done so much with the freaking just with the game in general lately. It's ridiculous. Let's see. Still need to cook food. I still need to do stuff. I actually know where I could even cook food because it didn't let me cook at the hotel. I think I would just have to leave because I don't know where to go right now. There's a fisherman dude over here. The fishing association person. Lots of underwater stuff to do. Poison. Guessing that has something to do with that food item. Poison is a place, apparently. So there's that. Interesting. But yeah, I don't know where to actually, like, cook anything. Fables of Fontaine 3. Still haven't found Fables of Fontaine 1. Where the frick is Fables of Fontaine 1? Normally I would be doing a lot more, like, actual investigating. Like, chatting with NPCs and all that. But since I'm streaming this at the moment, I don't want to get too involved in all that. Huh. I did not expect to be able to come in here. I figured I'd run up to the doors and they wouldn't even open. I did not expect to find a sewer, I guess? Sewer that goes very far down. What the frick is this? There's like people down here. Is this the freaking underbelly of Dalaran all over again? Where it's just like, oh, you know, big fancy cool city. And then there's just this mess of people living underground because they're poor and nobody cares. Land of corroded shadows and tainted currents. Huh. Okay. Also, when are they gonna freaking add maps? Or, like, underground maps to the other places? Robin versus Chesterton. Iridescent brooch. Bartender. A problem I can solve for you. Can you solve any problem? Theoretically, I do not believe there is any problem that can only be solved by force. When we have the Spina di Rosula Act, I'm certain that we'll be able to resolve your issue with minimal harm. From things as small as living supplies and household affairs, to matters as large as factional disputes and savings, the Spina will do all it can for you. Cool, I guess. But also, once again, you don't have a place for me to cook at. So annoying. General Goods Store Manager, Bakari. Areta the Doctor. Froza the Merchant. None of these seem to be, like, actual shops. Well, this one is. Okay, artifact shop. You are not you are a general goods store, which is exactly why you have nothing to sell. Always like how many like shops there are in this game, and then it's just like you walk up to the shop, it's like, oh, but I'm not actually selling anything. It's like, really? Why are you even labeled as a store then? What the frick? Consigliere? Never mind. Why am I talking to a tent tortoise anyway? Hello? That's right, you can't talk. You won't even so much as call out to me. Does your silence indicate displeasure? Is it too much to ask to expect you to make some noise? Alright then, in that case I humbly beg your forgiveness. Impressive, you have won my respect. If there's one thing I've learned about Fontaine, this place is freaking like click on a message and you'll get 100 options. And it just keeps going and going and going, seemingly with no end half the time. The first thing I did was read the message board at the dock. And it goes on for so long. I was like, holy crap. Somebody actually like sat down and just wrote. And it was amazing and I loved it. Like, it was actually really kind of hilarious to see. Oh my gosh, this is so high up. I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna have just enough stamina. What the frick is this? It took so long to get down here. And it's so far to get back up. Like, really? No zappy points? For, like, going back up at all? Nothing? None? Zero? Zilch? Nada? Nothing? But no, nothing. No freaking, what are they, 4-leaf something? They have a name. I just don't remember what it is. Game actually, like, tells you at one point, like, hey, you need to interact with these things. And, like, calls them by a name in, like, a tutorial. And I was just like, what the heck is that? And then I found out it was like, oh, it's the zappy points. I see. Cafe. Tell me about the sweet stuff. Il Fluent and Conch Madeline. Coffee beans. Sold in Sumeru and Fontaine. You sure about that? Because I don't remember any of these being in Sumeru, but if you say so. Alright. Well, I can make new food now. Oh boy, I have so much new food. Let's see. What can I not make before I go looking for anything specific? Just kind of need to look at what's available for, like, proficiency level. Really. Pate de fruits, lasagna, flour. Okay, let's see. I don't think I have enough flour for this. And even with the, like, addition of, like, a gadget that makes, like, processing faster, processing, like, food is still a pain. I will say, though, I mean, I don't know what you... I don't know where butter comes in with lasagna, but lasagna is a good food. Just don't know where the butter comes into play. I've never used butter to make lasagna before. Maybe that's due to... like, you know, because of course, you know, I just use pre-made noodle, right? So maybe that's like part of it, is that it's something to do with like the pre-made noodle. So like I don't have to butter, you know? I need more flour. Like, I wonder if that's why I've never had to like use butter before. Scented meatballs. I use the mystery meat, which is weird. Oh look, I used for all of these eggs that I have just sitting in my inventory. Because at one point, I was actually bad enough at this game that I needed many egg. Now I never need egg. But like, I was bad enough at the game that I kept needing to use egg to freaking... like, I started collecting egg via, like, expeditions. Because I kept running out of food. Like, reviving food. I don't even think I use egg as, like, a revive anymore, though. Like, there's other reviving stuff now. I don't remember, though. I think I mostly use steak, but I don't recall. Either way, that gave me my 20. Technically, I went to 25, but it's fine. Stellar Reunion. Oh, yeah, because I cooked 10 dishes and because 20 foragings. Got it. I need to use a lot of resin, though. If I want the resin thing. Where the frick am I trying to go now? Back up to the top, I think.
Flavor and nutrition.
Like, I need to go back this way. Because the quest marker is over here. Where over here, I'm not too sure. If it's like way up, if it's way down. Apparently it is further up. Well, let's go to floor 2. And then if it's still above us, we'll go to floor 3. To the Aquabus. Ride the Nebula line. When does that immediately?
Hello, passengers. I am your tour guide for this trip, Alfan. We are now heading to Erinias. Many people are tried there and sent to the fortress of Meripede. But passengers needn't worry. Life in the fortress of Meripede may be a good thing for certain groups of people.
What's that supposed to mean?
The construction of Clockwork Mecca has no restrictions outside of patent law. Other than the Fontaine Research Institute, many private workshops are engaged in researching and building all kinds of Clockwork Mecca. Some people will modify existing models, and other criminals will use Clockwork Mecca for theft, robbery, surveillance, and illegal exploration, among other activities. If you encounter such a situation, please report it to the nearest Maréchaussée personnel immediately.
I love this, like, Aquabus thing, though. It's great.
We are now arriving at Marcotte Station, where this journey ends. Any passengers interested in taking a commemorative photo of their Aquabus journey are advised to do so at the Court of Fontaine Station on the Clementine line. This is because the atmosphere there is much livelier. Plus, my diligent colleague Aval keeps her boat in a much cleaner, photo-ready condition. And also, my Malazine hands struggle with holding cameras.
Aww. Go to the Fountain Plaza in front of the Opera House. Oh my gosh, was there a waypoint right here and I just completely beans? Like, picking it up along the way? Like, I was right here. I just completely beansed even picking it up along the way. What the frick, dude? Ooh, Hydroculus up ahead. Ah, right underneath the, right inside of the fountain here. How about that? It's like, I see the fountain. And then that was actually where it was inside the fountain. That's cool. Man, this place is so cool. Hang on a moment. I beat up some hilly trolls over here. Alright. Oh. That's a freaking dendro slime. I was like, that one just spawned a freaking plant. It was a dendro slime. Got it. What did I even...
Collecting rare and exquisite treasures. Yes.
What did I do there exactly? Physical crystal construct seems to have originally been designed to test the dampness of its surroundings. Seems they cannot detect its own dampness and record accordingly. Situation where it is continually affected by hydro, maybe something nice and unexpected might occur. Is it like
sophisticated?
Oh, because it's raining. Got it. I was like, how did I do that with cryo? It started raining? Or maybe? Wait. Maybe that was what I did? Maybe the solution was I beat up all those dudes and then, like, rain fell on them? Water fell, something like that. Oops. Chest.
There is no escape.
These guys keep respawning, so I'm betting that has to do with, like, it's a puzzle or something. Like, supposed to use them to, like, do the thing. Like that. Maybe. That, didn't trigger this one over here. That was weird. It was in the circle, and yet it didn't, like, affect the thing. That was weird. Also, I haven't seen any hydro crystal flies yet. All right. Wait a moment. One. No, that one's also one, though. I saw one, and I saw four. That is a cool ability, though. Just like freaking water shotgun. Well, almost. Wait, maybe there is something to do with order. Because I'm not... they're activating, but then they're, like, deactivating. What? Hang on. I'm confused. So there's three. Burr bag. Ooh. Is that our hydroceles or whatever? Hydrogranum or whatever they are in this? Is that what that's gonna be? It's like a hydrogranum. I'm a little confused. Do I need, like, another way?
We can do this.
Doesn't stay active long enough. I mean, I bet 3 people with Hydro could solve this, but I'm a little confused how to solve this puzzle. I don't... You can't, like, Hydro them long enough. Like, you have to sit there and Hydro them, like, for an extended period. But also, you can't, like, do it long enough. Also, would you stop attacking that, please? Attack the tree. I want the wood. There, now that I've picked up some of the wood in this area, now I can make it. Not that there's any current recipes in the zone. They don't add stuff to the... what's it called? Teapot. They don't add stuff to it until the first patch. So it'll be 4.1. Fountain of Lucine. So now this is apparently the Aeneas Whirling Dance. This is apparently the thing that we're, like, leveling. Seems to be rainbow roses nearby. That indeed there are. Complete the quest to harvest this type of item. Cool.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray...
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
What? Huh?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
Huh? Did you just say something, Paimon?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing
Strange.
things?
Whose voice was that just now?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette, you scared Paimon. When did you get here?
I don't... my computer just freaked out real bad for some reason.
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
That was weird.
Right.
By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just
What
now.
do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Seems as if the voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
Wonder if that line changes based off time of day?
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had
What are
similar
you doing,
experiences.
Cat? Seriously? What are you doing, kitty cat?
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
Not sure whether I buy it. It's an interesting explanation.
So, what did the voice say?
Maybe calling out someone's name.
If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Ooh, I do wish I knew how, far along we were. Offer hydro sigils to the fountain. Because every region has to have something that you level up. Sometimes multiple things. Because reasons. I have 4 sigils. Admittedly, I have done very little in the way of actual exploration, so that does make some sense. Spin Crystal 105. Boss is over here? Just like, over here? Just like, over out in the open kind of thing? Clockwork Mecha Engineer. Oh, do I talk to you and start a thing? Good ladies, I wish you a good morning, afternoon, and evening. My name is Melardet, a researcher with the Fontaine Research Institute. The 2 of you are here to witness the Icewind Suite. And Mr. Bussett's original plan, Coppelius and Coppelia are Clockwork Mecha dedicated to the art of dance. After I took over the project, I also added in some of my understanding of pneumosia. So, as you can see, not only are they capable at dancing, they're also highly capable fighters. However, I believe there's still much room for improvement. They require large amounts of experimental data to further increase their combat prowess. I've gotten to past it during the development phase. From that came 2 different combat modes for Coppelius and Coppelia, based on the differences between Pneuma and Osia. There are Durg of Coppelia and Nemesis of Coppelius. As to say, we'll need 2 times the research data. As long as we can iterate on them smoothly, the joy of our success will be doubled. Only that joy now rests upon your shoulders, brave warrior. Next up are fantastical performances to be delivered by Clockwork Mecha, brought to you by Maillard. Before you begin the challenge, you must speak with Maillard to select the play you are challenging. Dirge of Coppelia, play with Osia, charged Clockwork Mecha. With Mecha Coppelia as the protagonist, alternatively, and Nemesis of Coppelius, charged made by the protagonist Coppelius' Pneuma. Eventual resources claims from the Leyline Blossom after playing the challenge will also differ based on which challenge you select. What do you say? Would you be interested in joining our machines in their dance? I mean, I need these, but I don't know what version I need. I do need them. But, what is it that I need? But also, really? Are we really gonna have that many characters here? Well, let's see. Opponent belonging to Coppelia. Oh my god, do I have to go through this conversation every time? Or is it just because I didn't freaking do the thing? I think it's because I didn't fight the first time. So I need Dirge of Capellia, I guess? Icewind Sweet Dirge of Capellia. Next up is a fantastical performance to be delivered by the Clockwork Mecha Capellia. The climax of the performance, Capellia will halt to the center of the dance floor and expose her artificed clockwork component charged with Ogia, thereby drastically increasing the efficiency of her exertions and summoning countless whirlwinds of Dirge. During this phase, using Pneuma-imbued attacks will reduce her offensive capabilities. What the frick is Pneuma? How do I get Pneuma?
Illusion shattered. Whirling snow.
I feel like some critical information was missing there.
Shine down. Take flight. My apologies.
I guess I can only do damage to her by the looks of things. Nope. That has nothing to do with the whole Pneuma thing. I was like, oh, maybe I gotta like stand in the middle of the thing, and then that's like the Pneuma versus the, you know, Ogia. But nope, that's just Animo damage.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion. There is no escape.
They're taking forever to deal any damage to these. Like any reasonable amount of damage to any of these guys. I'd say that much. Oh, you frick. Alright. Right! That's gonna affect any character I use, isn't it?
Whirling snow. Kamisato art. Sometsu. Unthinkable.
Oh my gosh, I am getting absolutely stomped on by this fight.
There is no escape.
Like I'm actually really glad I just randomly had Barbara in my party. Right, so what was the whole thing with Numa and Ogia? I'm so confused. There was nothing to infuse. What? What? Did I miss something in that? The Dirge of Capellia. Like, did I miss something? Because I don't feel like I like the Numa thing. Like I was supposed to get like Numa like stuff. Data sample collection. Repair of a clockwork machine will take some time. Please wait patiently, of course. Because respawn timers. Even though this one actually really doesn't have a reason to need a respawn timer. But you know what? We need respawn timers for everything. Because, you know, I mean, how else are we gonna make it work? Other than, you know, putting in respawn timers. Huh. Although, usually this shows you the timer. But usually that shows you what the timer is. Huh. I'm confused. Maybe somebody that understands that could explain it to me in the comments. I mean, we're 4 hours in, so I highly doubt anybody on YouTube is watching. And the chat has been dead for almost an hour now, so I'm assuming nobody's in the chat right now. So I do wish I had some idea of how much further this first act had. Just so I could be like, do I end here and then like come back to this later, or I don't know how much like further Act 1 has. I feel like probably a good bit.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
Hi, kitty cat.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera
2
House
hours
has
ago.
assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lenny.
It's been 2 hours since
Don't
chat
mention
said
it.
anything.
There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look at this?
Because the Linky raid was 2 hours ago, and that's the last message that was in the chat.
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
I thought maybe there was a chance that because things like acted up earlier, maybe that was why there was no chat, but nope. I just tried refreshing the chat, and there's nothing. Let's see. Should stage button. Sure.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Sounds like a plan. Go to the seats Lenny arranged. I would love to. I have a cat, though. So I have to play one-handed at the moment. Cat will not let me, like, not pet her, so... Problem is that, you know, I need mouse to freaking move around and stuff. So front row seats, I guess that means down there? Is that a person that's already down there? There is a person already down
These
here.
should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Sit down! And then Paimon just floats. Awkward.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Isn't that usually your job?
Of course you put this on pause.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. Let's talk. But, what should we talk about?
This is getting even more awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I've heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet?
Nervillet?
Hmm? I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is.
Nervillet.
Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
Oh no.
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
Oh no.
So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise she may become flustered.
Hi, Farina.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Crowds enter the venue and the curtains open for the show to begin.
Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epicles. I am the star of today's show, Linny.
Also, can I just say that I love that despite the fact that she could just sit down, she's still flying.
And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh no.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh?
Cards. Hmm.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
Also, this is one of the pre-rendered scenes.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Hmm.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top.
I don't think that was supposed to happen.
Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Oof.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Interesting, interesting. It's funny that they used that scene there of her disappearing in the trailer.
Paimon didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
I wonder he's a famous magician.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see. I'm sure we can spot how he does
The
it.
lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
I'm sure Lily's prepared with the whole crowd counting together. You couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38! Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's all part of the show. Maybe he's just supremely confident in his abilities. Oh!
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
coming from the stage? Or is just to divert our
Not
attention?
sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24! 23! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now.
Another pre-rendered?
Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
What?
What happened?
Oh, snap!
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Oh boy. Guards complete their investigation.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linney's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Yeah.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
Fought off like this in front of an audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Oh crap.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, This all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
The suspect at most. It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
Oh boy.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I trust Lenny.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Oh boy.
It wasn't a draw. Obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges pressed, and as such, a trial is in order.
Hey, Mike didn't
Well,
completely
Traveler,
die that time.
seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Yes, I am.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Everyone is dismissed and the audience begins to leave along with Farina and Nouvellette. The things weren't fully loaded in there.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
It is very strange, but there's no denying what happened.
need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which
What
is possible.
is this? Where did you get those glasses?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
Oh my god,
Don't worry.
Paimon.
Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
Wait, you have your own personal savings? What? Paimon has her own savings?
Good taste, Lynette.
Paimon has her own personal savings? What?
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self.
Yes, I know, you want food. I should have thought about putting some food in that before I started streaming. Yeah.
But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Won't let you down. I'm used to this sort of thing.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, I have a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Kitty cat.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
She's still wearing the glasses. We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it.
Why was Cowell inside? Wasn't the girl supposed
This
to be
is
in
the
there?
real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
It's not always true. People can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and sort case-related information. Check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record, then investigate the corresponding area to locate them. Use a perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself. This will advance your overall progress. The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowl, who was within it. Seems evident that Linny is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the reason for the victim being Cowl and the reason for the chosen lady's disappearance remain mysterious. Deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cowl. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. Use the perception skill. Oh my gosh. So does this mean I'm like in a domain type thing, or I guess not. It's like I can access all the like menus and stuff. It's 5 in the morning. About the prophecy, yada yada, and like again, I wish I knew how much longer this had to go. So that I mean, I know nobody knows, but like, I kind of wish I knew how much longer this had to go. Before there was like a, you know, like I'm expecting that there's gonna be, you know, a break before Act 2, right? So over here. Well,
So
I'll go a
this is
little
the
bit
rope
more.
that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Linny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Rope was used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched on stage. Investigation has shown the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable material. Also, I can mark off that I did in fact log in. This is where the magic box was stuck. If Cowl weren't inside the box at the moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. Broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. I mean, yeah, it crushed it, right?
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Oh?
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Thanks, sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
The device was used during Lenny's magic performance. Choose a lucky member of the audience. However, the cards found that will generate the exact same number no matter what. Clearly someone has tampered with it.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Did you tell me who she is? We're Lenny and Lynette's attorneys.
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know all this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Halsey is the missing person. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known to have been entangled in the quarrels with any of the members of Lenny's magic troupe. Oh, it actually wants me to look elsewhere too, not just in this one area, I guess. It's basically like, hey, you've done everything here, now go to another part of the place. Yep. Isildur.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
Thud.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
That's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
In the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. And the box over here. It's like an ordinary box, but Lenny somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do it? Oh. What else is left? People up here. Molly, member of the guards.
When he's still talking to the guards, it seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Interesting that that wasn't a clue, but alright. There doth be no clues there, it seems. I mean, I'm hitting the button. I'm using the perception skill. Why is there even a cooldown timer on it, though? Sure, it has to do with some game mechanic that about like how it like searches for stuff. Can't like go in or out of anywhere. But I still have evidence to find, supposedly. Rest of time, go ahead and claim that. Ba-bum. It mentioned that I could look at the book. But I mean, is it just like in my inventory? Let's see. Child's vision. Upper house case record.
Whoever the murderer was, people needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This rope was obviously tampered with. Why would it be him?
There's a lot of stuff still.
Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise, didn't we?
There are 6 things still that I have not investigated. Did it say that this was supposed to, like, help me figure out where to go? Though? Oh, I can go, like, out here. Okay.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you. Over here. I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Who dat?
You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From
The
mediating
what?
disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it.
Spina di Rosula?
And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rasula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
You want to
That's
investigate
right.
too?
I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Lyney an unlikely mastermind.
She's got a geovision.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Lyney without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro-Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
Not always.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial should be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lyney's tricks. Thanks!
Sure. I really have to pee.
But no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Lyney and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
But during the show.
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Lyney's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
Melusines.
It's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
And this is next to the Opera House. No one left the Opera House during the magic show. After the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going.
Alright. I really want to go till...
Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
I really want to go till, like, the break in acts, but I don't know when that's gonna be. I really have to pee. This cat really wants food. I really need food. So I think I'm gonna break here. Next stream, we'll continue this. I will do everything I can to kind of avoid coming over here where I assume we're at right now, the Opera Epiclace. You know, just that way I don't trigger anything. Because I really am enjoying this. But it is now almost 5 hours into the stream, and I really, like I said, I need to pee. Yeah. So with that, since this is a very clear, like, hey, you know, you can stop here. I'm going to teleport over here so I can fight this boss again. This may affect your current quest progress. Sure. I remember seeing something like that at an earlier point, too.
Why would it be him? The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating.
Okay. So it doesn't look like we've lost any progress or anything. It was just telling you, like, hey, you might lose progress because of, you know, me leaving that. I have so much of, like, quest garbage in here. I don't even know if, like, any of these are, like what about these Vosmurdi? I have 6 of these. I don't even know what they are. Send guide to summoning spirits. Like, a lot of these, I think, are still from, like, quests that are done. Maybe they just leave them in your inventory because they're not taking up space or something. I don't know. Well, I hope you've enjoyed. I'm really confused about the fact that freaking we have child's vision here. I'm so confused by that. Why? Why do we have child's vision? It's gonna be important. I know it. I know it's gonna happen. There's gonna be something that comes up, and it's like, oh, you know, because it's freaking, you have child's vision, and so, you know, it's an important factor to whatever this thing, you know. Like, I know that's how it's gonna end up happening, but I currently do not understand why. Well, anyway, if you have enjoyed, feel free to follow if you're on Twitch, subscribe if you're on YouTube. If you are on YouTube, there is probably not a playlist immediately, but there might be a playlist at some point, in which case you can check that for other episodes. This was streamed live, twitch.tv/Serene Inc. Feel free to come on out, hang out with us, chat, whatnot, all that. And there should be, I don't know, I don't have to, well, as a stream, I don't know if I've got links to Patreon or anything below, or whatever. Feel free to check them out, though, if they are. Patreon, Discord. If they're not they're probably somewhere. On my channel. So I really need food. That's like part of the problem. Part of why I'm just like, I don't know. Because I need food. So I will see you all next time. See you later.